Hello, gamers. Oh, sheesh. Welcome back to another amazing live stream by yours truly. How is everybody doing today? Oh my goodness. We're playing more Zero Escape. Last we left off in this game, I think we got trapped in a freezer, but we broke out. It's okay. It's okay. Well, I mean, it's okay for now. Who knows what's gonna fucking happen next. But hello, everybody. Today, voices might be lacking a little bit because I can feel, I don't know why. There could be a multitude of reasons, but my throat is not feeling 100%, so I don't want to push things too far, but of course I will try to do some voices. Also because of that, I probably won't go like crazy long. I'll probably do like usual like 2-3 hours. If that doesn't sound too good, gotta take care of yourself. Yeah, I don't want to push my voice too much, but it could literally be like I have really bad like seasonal allergies, and it's very heavy like pollen season, so it could be something just like as simple as that, or I don't know. I went out one time. I swear to God, if I go out one time and I get sick, I'm gonna cry. But let me give you guys the gamer screen and pause the lo-fi beats and give you desktop audio. Sorry, oh my God. Stop trying to ruin my speech hiccups. Okay. We should be good. Okay, there we go. Continue. We're in the kitchen. Gamer time. Okay. What? Oh yeah, I opened this. This plate must be for putting stuff in the oven. Okay, so we opened this just to be able to use it? It doesn't seem hot at all. Man, if the card got burned here, I'm never gonna forgive Zero. Oh, yeah. No, wait. We got this card from the oven. Right. I'm assuming I swipe it here. Yes! I think it's unlocked now. I'm gonna be taking a lot of sips of water. I apologize in advance. You did it, Jumpy! Let's get out of here. I think you just finished the kitchen, just never left the room. Oh yeah, because we got distracted. I started playing Roblox. Alright, let's go.
I think we've been here before.
A metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were 2 elevators and the entrance to the kitchen.
The elevators are over there, so that means...
We went into the kitchen through that door and came out on this side.
That means the map was right!
Looks like.
Then let's use it to plan our next move.
Next move?
Yeah, we need to decide where to go from here, don't we?
He's right. Let's get started.
From the looks of it, there are 4 possible routes. Let's just keep it simple and call them A, B, C, and D. First, A and B.
They both seem to connect to a room that looks L-shaped.
Yeah, there were 2 doors. But they were both locked. We couldn't open them.
Now, route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase.
That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors.
And do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway?
No, I don't think we will.
Why not?
Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is opened?
When we went into the kitchen, it was closed.
Oh shit, and now it's open.
But it's open now. What do you think that means?
Now don't be asking me, Lotus. You know I don't know shit.
They opened it.
Most likely.
And if we take Route C, we're going backwards.
That would be pointless.
Then that means...
All four looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship.
Route D, then.
D it is.
Yup, Route D.
Then we're set.
Oh my god, where's that? Sorry, I put gum in my mouth. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
Also, I definitely read this comment in my head and then forgot to say it out loud. But we did meet the goal. I think we met it 2 days ago. I haven't picked what day I want to do the fishing stream yet. I gotta ask my friends.
Let's check the next deck just to be sure.
Yeah, just like I thought. D-deck is totally underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror.
At least the water level hasn't really changed.
Small comfort.
May as well head back to C deck.
What else is here?
There are 2 elevators over there at the top of the stairs. Just like the floor above.
Hold on, these are kind of different. See? There's a card reader on the side.
Another strange mark.
Is this one, what is it, Mercury? Or Mars? One of those
Hey,
two.
look! It's Lotus's symbol.
Huh?
See? It's the woman symbol with horns on it.
Yo, Junpei's fiending for an ass whooping.
That seems like... Oh, ouch, 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 ouch!
Listen, and she was well within her rights to do that. Lotus had taken a hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat.
What was that about the mark again?
Nothing, milady.
Nothing.
Deserved, for real. Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up.
This is a Mercury symbol.
I was right.
The horns symbolize the wings on Hermes' staff.
Hermes, herpes, whatever. If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere.
In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it.
Probably.
I guess we can't get on then. Let's just disregard the elevators for now.
How about this hallway on the left?
Whoa, there's so many doors.
They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging.
Damn it. If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them.
Mess with the bull, of course you're gonna get the horns, period.
I think the sun already set.
I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon.
That's even worse.
Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we?
Time to head back to the stairs.
To their right was a small hallway.
And now the right hallway.
Quickly they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them.
All right, Let's start with this one.
Does it lead back to that hospital room? Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move.
It isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Yo, fuck these door opening animations, you know what you did to me. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Okay, it is this room. What door did we go in last time? Does anybody remember? I'm assuming it'll be grayed out, so I'll know. I know I definitely didn't go in 3. I think I either went in 7 or 8. He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santo managed to speak.
What the hell is this? This place is huge.
I don't know, this infirmary room makes me think that like this was some sort of like wartime ship. Like, I mean, because like why else would you need a infirmary this big? I mean, I guess just in case, but I don't know. A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the 4 companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattress. God damn. That's worse than even my dorm room beds.
Is this a hospital?
Snail hospital. He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room.
It definitely has the smell.
Could be. I see medicine cabinets and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Why is the second door blank? That seems kind of strange, don't you think?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Junpei headed toward the door, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8.
Oh, it's no use.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the notary game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't... Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing on it.
Right?
I wonder if it's broken.
Only one way to find out.
I mean, I think they could have told what would happen. They could tell what would happen if they scanned one person and nothing happened.
It's not responding.
All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled at the lever and it still did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
None of them are working.
What does it mean?
I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance.
No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake?
Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working.
Maybe the first person was doing it wrong, and the second person, and the third. You're right, why didn't I think about that? It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them.
I believe the bottom of the device has been removed.
Snake!
He's here! They spun around to see. Snake! Me. But it was more than just Snake.
Ace! Clover! 7!
Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised.
How did you guys...
How did you end up here?
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd end up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of a smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. I mean, I did. Listen, I literally knew him for 5 minutes. He kidnapped a girl and tried to threaten her. And he used us, and then he got himself killed. So why the fuck should I remember him? Stupid, ugly. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive.
There you have it. Our half of the story.
Grah, Ace. To be fair, it's been days since you last played the game, and as you said, you only knew him for like 5 minutes. Exactly. They, on the other hand, knew him for hours and are currently living this. I don't think they knew him for hours. They knew him for like an hour. And even then, they mentioned how he like didn't talk until like the end, right before he tried to kidnap, or no, not tried to. He did technically kidnap Clover and hold her. What's the word? Try to use her as a meat shield. So, like, they knew him for, like, an hour, 2 hours max. I don't know if that would make me care about somebody, but I'd probably end up caring about the rest just because I'm like, man, that crazy guy drove us together. That's how I would view it. Held her hostage, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, like, what he did would make my memory of him so negative that I would have been like, yo, fuck that guy. His part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought. Then he spoke.
Okay, let me see if I got all this straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the Reds were already gone.
And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything.
So you figured that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors.
So you went and had a look?
Yeah.
And while you were looking around, you heard voices.
Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here.
Indeed. And that was how we found you.
Why don't we check those 3 reds again, just in case?
You're right. Huh. There's a long, thin gap on the bottom. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going.
Well, what about that hallway over there? Isn't there anywhere else we can go?
No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
Hospital rooms. That's what's behind all those doors?
Yes, there are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter.
Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere.
I wonder what they all mean.
I can't believe Zero is an astrology girly. Good for them. Good for them. You know, what if Zero just got he should have done it where it was 12 people and got a person for every zodiac. That would have been fun.
While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
That's what I was thinking. That's why it made me think that maybe it was like a warship. Because usually they would have like a large hospital infirmary area. Well, you gotta go with the 9 theme, 9 planets. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, it's still a good idea though. Somebody's gotta do it. Of all people, it was 7 who answered with calm confidence. Sorry, I was putting my hair up.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic.
Damn, dude. Why do you think that?
The Gigantic?
Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else.
What is this gigantic?
7 knit his brows for a moment, then began to explain.
The Gigantic.
If you got 12 people, I bet all the math puzzles would be a lot. Oh no, fuck yeah, they would. Bro, and I could barely do 9. I wouldn't mind more people, though. I mean, I'm kind of used to, like, large cast of characters, like in Danganronpa anyways. But yeah, the math, that's the worst part.
She was a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. Actually, the Titanic had 2 sister ships, and they looked exactly the same. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. They intended to make her a passenger liner like the Titanic, but World War I began soon after the ship launched. The British Navy took her over and made her a hospital ship.
Why is the music so scary? But yeah, you know, no, yeah. I think maybe he told me this before, and that's why. I mean, he probably definitely did. Like when we went here last time, and it was me, him, and Snake. But like I said, you know, I forgot shit, so it's like brand new to me.
At some point during the war, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She ran aground afterwards, so she didn't end up sunk. What happened to her after that? One theory going around is that a man named Lord Gourdane bought her.
So it's not the Titanic, it's just her sister ship. That's why they look so goddamn similar.
Seemed like he'd been one of the few to survive the Titanic sinking. That trauma turned him into some kind of obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic.
So you were right about it being a warship. Yippee!
Soon enough, the guy wanted the Titanic itself. Which was impossible, of course. It's stuck at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. But the Gigantic wasn't. And seeing as she was identical...
So you're saying this Lord Gourdane bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old.
Pipe down. Just pay attention.
Lotus said, shut up and eat your food.
What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
She's so, do you know that, like, not Kim Kardashian, well, it is the Kardashians. It's like the Kardashians being like, you should get the orange soda. It's amazing. Sure. And then the waiter comes, I'll get the strawberry soda. Yeah, me too. Strawberry soda. That's so Lotus Court. No, not the bots, Ben. Get the fuck out of here. Stinky. Point and laugh, point and laugh.
Proof?
Yeah, 100-year-old ships don't exist. Rah!
Proof that this ship is really the gigantic.
Well,
Seven's like, it's just a theory. A gang theory. Thanks for watching.
this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So, I just figured.
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
Hey, listen, you have any better ideas?
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, trying to do anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute. Memory isn't back?
Junpei was, he felt, legitimately shocked by what Jesus Christ, by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he said something very strange.
Yeah?
Your point being?
He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Yeah, Junpei's like, hold on, let me workshop this. Guys, what the fuck? He's like, y'all got missing memory?
Wait, was I the only one that didn't know?
Everyone nodded.
Why?
Wait, that didn't know about Seven, or?
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up.
What?
Then, almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment, I'm feeling a little, like, hurt. Like, everyone was like, oh, you didn't know? Fuck you guys. That would piss me off so bad. Oh my god. You have no idea how, like, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, no, fuck you guys. No, because fuck you guys. He only tells you personally if you go into the first room with him. He's a hater. All of them.
Huh. A bell.
A bell began to ring from far away.
It sounds like the clock in the main stairway.
Oh my gosh. I keep knocking shit over. Junpei counted each chime carefully.
10, 11, 12. Huh, 12.
Well, you didn't pick him to be on your team, so he's sour. Listen, Bro, Seven, I was hanging out with you last game. I'm just doing this because I have to. Pookie, this isn't you. No one likes being picked last for kickball. Yeah. I was one of the kids that got picked last. Junpei counted each time
It's
carefully.
midnight.
Oh, happy midnight.
Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
They got me fucked up.
We don't
They
have any
being
time
zero.
to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
We've looked everywhere in this room. That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, not just one.
I like how what he said and what the subtitle said were two different things. Well, I guess that's not really right.
Wait.
Ha, loser. Imagine not knowing something because we didn't tell you. That's literally what they did to me. Like, obviously, I knew about, like, his memory because I picked him last time and he told me. But, like, that's crazy. They're like, oh, you didn't know? How would I know? You fuck asses. Like, how do you tell June before me? It's like my ass.
Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Don't freak out. We've already searched 4 of them.
4 rooms?
We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms?
Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly.
Maybe?
I don't know.
All right, so everyone knows which area they're searching?
Because you took too long to clear your first personal room while you were drowning in your personal cabin. They were all shooting this shit together. Help. That's probably actually canon. I think that's what happened. I mean, they were all together, so it makes sense. Like, damn, Junpei, step up your game. See, I'm telling that to Junpei, not me, though, because I could speed run that first room really fast. I've done it 3 times now. Because before I didn't know originally if I was going to stream me playing Zero Escape. Because I was like, oh man, like, I'm not good at escape rooms and puzzles. Like, I'm stupid. This is not going to be fun to watch. But then I was like... So I started playing the first... I played the first room by myself and completed that. But I didn't go, like, any farther than that. Before I was like, actually, I think I do want to stream it. And then I streamed it once. And then we had to do it a 3rd time for when we restarted the game.
Yeah.
Yes!
Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft.
We'll all meet up when the clock goes off again. How about in that room with all the beds?
Yeah. Sounds straightforward enough.
I'll shout if I find any of the components we need.
I hope we can find them within the time limit.
If we can't, then we'll just have to come up with another plan.
Right.
Then let's do this.
The details decided, they left to begin searching. Loki, I feel like... I don't know if this is just the vibe I'm getting, but I almost feel like we are separate from everybody else in the name of, like, they met each other before I met them all, and, like, they know each other, or they know stuff about each other that I don't because I was late. I'm the only one without a code name. Everybody else has a code name. So, I don't know. I just feel like, for whatever reason, I feel like Junpei is like, in his own little group compared to the other folks, you know? The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, wait, I think last time we go with June for this, or did we go by ourselves? I can't remember. 'Cause oh no. I think we partnered up with June when we went to go look for Snake when he went missing. I think that was when I went with June. One of those times, I can't remember. From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m.
It's 1. I better get back to the others.
Liz, I know we took like too long and like, oh, oopsies, I didn't mean to hit that. And that, June fucked me over. Listen, I'm well aware of that. But like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like first purposeful from the writers that like, he's got like a degree of separation. I don't know if that was narrative driven or what. But like either way, I kind of feel like it works. Because truly, we are not like the rest. We're being controlled by a player, and Junpei's options are not his own. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of door number 8. I'm so sad. Why does my Pookie have to be the one that just dies? It's rough out here. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8.
What are they doing over there?
Had one of them found the missing piece?
What happened, guys?
And once again, Junpei's so goddamn slow that once again, he is left behind. Junpei, use those legs of yours, pal. It was June who answered him.
Jumpy, look!
She was pointing at the red. She pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she'd meant.
Vacant?
Probably so the player doesn't know things, makes sense. Which allows exposition to be justified instead of either assuming the player, you, not Junpei, already knows things or explaining things to Junpei he already knows. True. It's also why the main characters in series always seem to have amnesia for no reason. True. It's like you either have amnesia or you're new in town. And just or like you're just born. If you're taking the Warrior Cats route, you can just be birthed and immediately go to being apprentice because it doesn't, it's 6 months of your life. I mean, it really just is like that because like otherwise you just have to be like, oh yes, player, you know this, don't you, stupid? And it's like, what are you talking about? Junpei sighed.
Come on, guys. Who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it.
Well...
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. My controller disconnected. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut.
What the hell? What is up with you guys?
They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know.
You don't know?
When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red.
I don't know. Listen, I feel like it might be a red herring, but like, I'm just saying, Lotus was outside the room when we got trapped in that freezer. Now, I don't know if that means something. And the fact that she was first and nobody was here before her, and we just have her word to go on, I don't know, man. I'm not saying nothing. It's just a little sussy.
What? Let me see.
Because, like, she just says, like, oh, I was the first one here, and it was like that when I got here. I mean, I don't have any way to disprove that, but she also doesn't have any way to prove that either. But this might be Zero messing with my mind to try to make me doubt my friends. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal.
You're right. It's in there.
I mean, truly, if it wasn't one of us, then Zero's on the ship.
What about the other two?
They're the same.
Let me take a look.
Junpei quickly examined the other two boxes.
It's just as you said.
Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others.
All right, I just want to be sure here.
Jeez.
Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right?
Correct.
None.
Ace and June nodded silently. Slightly. Fuck you. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Clover in her little goblin hands. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing.
Huh. Wait a minute.
That was when he noticed.
Where's Snake?
Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen.
Does that mean that he found them?
I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to?
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place.
Oh, smack the mic. Clover raised her head.
No! That's impossible!
Suddenly she was shouting.
Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible!
Clover had started to shake. The knuckles of her hands had gone white. Hey man, it's alright. I mean, it's not alright, as you'll soon find out, but it's alright. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him!
The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run.
Hey, hold on, Clover. Wait!
Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone.
Well, that didn't work. Damn it. What should we do now?
Well, the red is working now.
No! We're not leaving two people behind! We should go look for them!
Oh man, this ain't good.
Oh, yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split
Let's
up.
split up.
All right, I'll take this direction.
Then I shall look that way.
I'll be over here.
See you all later.
Soon only two of them were left. Those two were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others.
All right, we should go too.
Yes, let's go! But where should we start?
Let's see. How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
They took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her
Hey,
nails.
what do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
I'm just not seeing it.
The way he said it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1. But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room.
How do they just do that shit in their head like right off the bat in like 1 second?
The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What? Isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door.
Wait a
But
minute. What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
Well, why don't you add them up?
that was simple
1 plus
enough.
2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. And 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right?
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you'd do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right. The digital root for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Lotus scratched the back of her ear.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. That's all you have to say?
She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay?
Okay.
A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
I mean, is there a way that, like, we can get 2 root numbers of 9 with the amount of people that we have in, like, 2 or more groups? Because then, you know, couldn't they just go in after we go through?
Huh?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
Oh, wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but how could Lotus remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond
Is
him?
that really okay?
Listen, man, that's up for you to
That
decide.
means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that?
Well, it depends on who they are.
That's just...
Lotus's forehead furrowed.
You think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about.
Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Well, regardless,
So he forced himself to smile and turned to June.
let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
All right. Where should we go next?
The first class cabin?
Let's go take a look at the first class cabin. It's really close.
They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Of course, the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? I'll just leave her alone. Something told Junpei that Clover probably wasn't in much of a mood to talk. He leaned over and whispered quietly to June.
Maybe we should leave her alone.
Yes, I think you're right.
They turned and walked quietly down the stairs. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression and force a smile.
So, where do you think we should go next? Let's head back to the large hospital room.
All right, that's probably the best idea.
Together they ran down the stairs.
Hey, wait. That's...
On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door.
Santa?
Junpei paused. What should Junpei do?
What are you doing?
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but
Who do you think did it?
Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
Let's see what happens if we say this. 0.
I think it was probably 0.
Why?
Isn't that obvious? He's the guy who set this whole thing up.
You don't think that should mean the opposite? Seems to me like that means he didn't do it. I mean, Who do you think took that stuff out in the first place?
Probably Zero.
Yeah, exactly. And why the hell would he put them back in after he'd taken them out himself?
Listen, just to fuck with us.
It just doesn't make sense. Why do all that work?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So, what happened then? Who put that stuff back in the Reds?
Junpei furrowed his brow.
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Santa grinned.
Bingo! We have a winner.
Listen, I guessed that last time, but I just wanted to see a different dialogue option. Santa, let me live.
But if that's true,
The assumption is that only one group can go through the door, which honestly is the assumption I would have. I mean, it makes sense, like, it's the final door.
then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah,
But why?
no idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was
Look,
quiet.
if you trust anybody in this game, you're gotta be careful.
Sorry, I skipped you a little.
The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
I don't think I trust any of you people. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next?
Let's go have a look at the hall with all the rooms.
I'll go wherever you do. Let's go.
They quickened their pace and headed for the bow.
Oh, it's Ace.
Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted
Hey,
Ace.
Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
What did Junpei do?
Let's go.
With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ah, hello there. Snake is... Well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet?
Yeah, doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover's sake.
Right.
June's face looked kinda enraptured.
By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why not? Junpei when people dye their hair.
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei.
Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all.
Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it.
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another.
I don't know, I feel like low-key they hate me.
It certainly isn't rare.
But I think that's just my anxiety brain. Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke. Oh my god, he does hate me. Why is June giving you the stare down? I don't know. I don't know why I feel like in this route, like, people don't like me as much.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible.
Because you're getting in the way of her alone time with Ace. She's kind of real for that. I can't lie.
The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
Listen, better she be with him than me. Leave me the fuck alone. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
Something about that was... I'll think on it later. Like Ace said, finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear his
All right,
mind.
where should we go next? Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go.
I don't think anyone is here. What next?
I wanna go home now. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke.
We can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, Seven spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
We couldn't even be a group of 5 and 2 because you have to have 3 people minimum, I think, to go into the red or into the doors. Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. There wasn't any way the numbers worked out. If one group was 4 and the other would always have a digital route that didn't match a door. When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then, you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind?
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone.
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
Whoa, calm down, you 2.
Sansa stepped between Lotus and
Look,
June.
what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
No! That's terrible!
I'm not asking you. Shut up.
Period.
What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
This scene right here is the reason I hate June so much. Her illogical desire to save everyone in a situation where that's literally impossible and would instead cause everyone to die. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like obviously, like, I'd be with her if there was a way that all of us could go through, but there literally isn't. So it's like, you know, it's like the trolley problem. Do you make an action to save like 6 people and kill 1, or do you leave things how you found them and just have no responsibility? Me personally, I'm pulling that lever, baby.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Oh, glad to see you get it. If I can get one more vote, then it's decided.
Yeah, and it's not just that she wants to save everyone, but she's blaming others for going along with this plan. Yeah, that's stupid. Because it's like, we don't have any other choice. You can't get mad at people for being like, yeah, this is what we have to do.
What about you, Clover?
Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal.
Hey, Clover.
Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder.
Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay?
Not the manipulation
If
station.
we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right?
Okay.
Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't even seem to notice. Or care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that! That won't solve anything!
June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them...
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no
We've
longer.
only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, Perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Yes. Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. Like, I'm just saying, if June really cared about all these people so damn much, she would have volunteered to stay behind, but she didn't. So she can actually shut the fuck up. Oh my god, guys, we have to save all 8 of us. Why? Like, oh my god, I can't believe you're doing this. Okay, if you really cared, you would have volunteered. So Santa stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace, with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his
Good.
own.
I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship was screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine! Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
Okay, bye. She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled.
Ace! Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
That won't solve anything, bitch. That's literally the only solution. So you would risk everyone's lives on the possibility of another solution that you don't even know where to look for. Literally. Then it happened. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something!
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
This.
I know I'm ranting, but I really just hate illogical optimism in fictional characters. You're literally so good. All I do is rant. So you're so allowed to. It just feels like bad writing to emulate a hero character. I mean, listen, you know it's bad when even Junpei's like, yeah, guys, let's look for something, but he's like pleading like, girl, get me out of here. He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
It was a syringe in a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read Soporil Beta.
Soporil Beta.
Soporil.
What does this do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms, I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jun's attempt to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so they would be forced to leave him behind.
Ace.
Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
Would we say that he has a mullet? Let me know.
You feel warm, so comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace! Ace!
She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see that he was in fact still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
And we all know the main reason June is pissed now is because her Pookie Ace might be sacrificed exactly. She's like, no, wait! Wait! And that's why she didn't volunteer herself, because she's like, wait, but then I'm not going to be with Ace. And I wouldn't call it a mullet, it's just that angle that makes it look like that. That's what I was thinking. Listen, my headcanon is he has a mullet now. It's just spiky wild hair that's slicked back at the top. Slick back. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed that he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
Me? No, I didn't say nothing.
No, nothing.
It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
Her face distorted by rage. Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Yo, this group is constantly shit-talking Lotus. It's funny.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
All right, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Okay, which door do you want?
At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Okay, I picked 7 or 8 last time. So I guess we'll pick 7.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
I still have no idea why everyone calls her an old lady. Okay, I was gonna ask you that. Because I also wonder that, like, I get she's supposed to be old, but, like, she doesn't look old. So, like, how can you call her old lady?
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 8.
Yippee!
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to
If the
explain.
6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
I just chalk it up to anime making everyone hot. Maybe she wouldn't look like that IRL. I guess so. Plan
Have 3,
A.
5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8. Four, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Or 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8.
See, that's what I did plan C last time. It was me, Clover, and Lotus. So this time it's gonna be me, 7, and Clover. Right? Yeah.
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corner of her eyes.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for all 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Y'all some melodramatic assholes. You were just split up with the doors 5 and 4 and met back up almost immediately after. Exactly. See, Junpei the only smart one. Listen, sometimes, despite what Junpei may say, sometimes, like, he do be having some brain cells between that head of his.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
Probably. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that had interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing, because she is wrong and doesn't want to admit it. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still as sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, landed his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. I almost said smile, I don't know why.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
This is so me. I'm like, can we wrap it up, please? He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 9. Or sorry, 9? 7! Santa... Sorry, there's a really loud motorcycle outside my window. I don't know if you heard that. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. I wonder if you tried to go to door 3, if they're like, girl, no, we're going through these 2 doors, you fucking asshole. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
It's open.
Why not try it, see what happens? How do I save? Save. No. How do I, is there, what are the, I always forget the button. Oh wait, there's actually, you actually can do something over here. Because this is the one we did before. Golly, brother. So this leads to this entrance. Or this same one. Okay. Interesting. God damn it. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Yep, my controller did disconnect. I was kind of hoping it would have done the really fast disconnect, reconnect, and I would have been like, yippee. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. Leapt.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. You don't know me, I would have never did this. Not this again, I know. Wrap it up. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June.
Jumpy.
Their faces took almost there felt well. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get it, wrap it
What
up.
the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Took too long. It took too long. That's how much it took. Not the motion blur. I know everyone else on that ship is so tired of them, for real. For real, literally. Like, cause I know I've been like, ooh. I would have been throttling a bitch. Then somebody took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left!
That's why June was so against the sacrifice. They were gonna vote her out. For real. No, honestly, low-key, I kind of feel like they would have. Because what does she contribute to the team besides being an annoying bitch? Only 81 seconds.
No time to waste, guys! Let's get moving!
Isn't that it right there? Seven led them down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
The door on the left! I can see the dead!
There was no time for rest or to catch their breath. All three slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. That's gotta be like straight adrenaline every single time. Just. Listen, I just wanted to be involved. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it.
Yeah. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some sweat off the back of his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
Damn, she was over here, like, killing herself, and now she's over here fucking being a little shit.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
Oh my god, the girls are fighting.
You have no...
Help! Help! Help me!
You little... You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. Alright, let's go!
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this.
I don't even know how you can get mad over something like that. Like, if someone's like, oh, I thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that. Okay, good for you. Anyways. Like, I don't know why he's getting so pissed off. Unless it's true. That's the only reason. I have no doubt Clover would kick his ass. Real.
It's not gonna do us any good.
Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced.
Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight. There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
At last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was lightly tapping on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Right.
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. Maybe even Lotus.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
He's like, damn, I'm about to do another fucking escape room. This is bullshit. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first steps into the room. Seven followed with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room was just past the door. Just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
An operating room, I guess.
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
Clover!
He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her.
Hey, what's wrong?
They ran to the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Oh, this is not bad. I really thought like Snake's body was just gonna be on the table.
Is this a corpse?
I don't know. It looks like a dummy to me. Idiots. It was something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly, they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
Listen, I could tell right away because that's not what a human looks like.
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible from as far away as possible. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty!
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of.
Heart?
I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Bruh.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's got more personal uses.
Hey, yo, that was such a Date response. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Let's go, team! Alright.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Alright, let's seek a way out. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says kg on the display, like kilograms. You think maybe it's a scale?
These dolls are really creepy, you know?
Hey, it says something here.
John? You think that's the doll's name?
Maybe? Like John Doe?
This thing is kinda creepy.
I wonder why it's on the bed.
An operating table. Do you think old operating tables looked like this?
I have no idea. A white cloth. What the thing? Nox, what's all this?
They use these for surgery, right? Let's see, syringes, cups, a plate. There's a sort of scissorish thingy.
Oh. This bed sure doesn't look very comfortable. There's some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kg on the panel. Is this a scale? An old hard bed. Okay, but nothing about a mannequin? Okay, there we go.
Another medical mannequin?
From the looks of it, this one's a chick.
She has a name too.
Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm.
Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts?
What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs.
Maybe it's a heater.
There is nothing inside it. Fake chest, okay.
Ew, that's gross.
This thing's the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot. What?
If that kind of thing turns you on, Seven, you're a real creepo. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over here.
There's nothing on the lid or on the lid or in the drawers. There's lots of different kind of medication. It's hard to tell them apart.
The drawer's empty.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, we could go preparations room. Okay, it's locked.
We can probably find the key if we just look some more. Let's go somewhere else.
Looks like it's locked. Guess we're gonna need a key for this one.
Junpei, well, where are you going?
That's the door we came through.
The only thing out there is the numbered door.
I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal, so... You're saying there's no point in going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome.
There's a lot of surgery stuff.
There's some scalpels, a few pair of forceps, and a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful, though. Hey, there's a scalpel here, and that looks new. What, this one? A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew. Gross. Hey, Junpei. There's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Ugh. Damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We'll need something small that can fit into that little hole. Maybe something will happen if we gather all her body parts. Okay, do I have to get them all before I can put them together? Okay. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. No, they're probably a pair of kosher forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissues out of the way. We can use it to pull stuff out of small holes, like something like that, or something like that. Okay, there we go. A scalpel that's non-rusty. Seems like it was put here for a reason, huh? You think it's telling us to cut something? Yeah, I do. You can see the thing's internal organs. If we had something that could fit into those cracks, maybe we could take some out. Take some out. Okay, here you go. What about these? Fake organ. So we took the organ thingy out of the chest. It's a lung, not an organ thingy. Huh? This part here, on the back, it's all rubbery. You're right. So it's a fake organ. Of course it'd be... Wait, what's 7 grabbing for? Hey, it feels like there's something in here. You think we can cut through the rubber part? Let's try cutting this organ with a scalpel. Organ key. What, the Sigma? There's a key in this organ. Found a key in an internal organ. Call that an organ key. Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either. What's something that needs a key? Oh, one of the doors. Cool, it's unlocked. A cabinet with a drawer on it. Let's see if... Huh. A piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. That's exactly how I'm feeling. There are 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react to something? And lights light up? I found a beaker. Oh. The white light on the top is glowing. Yeah, but red, blue, and purple ones still aren't lit. Can I hit them? It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Don't you think that means something? Damn, it's not opening. Locked, of course. The blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though. Damn, it's not opening. It won't even budge. It's got this purple plate on it, too. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm so EP for. A sink. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Well, can I take it? Oh. Gimme. Oh, it unlocks both of them. Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? Had to step away for a bit, but I'm back. Welcome back. I say you didn't miss anything too crazy, don't worry. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Junpei, there's a bunch of iron powder on the shelf. Why are you telling me? How do you know it's iron? The label says FE. FE stands for iron, right? Hey, Junpei, do you think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label states NaCl. Salt, huh? Do you think Seven will shrivel up if we put this on him? Hey, you say something? There's a bottle of salt on the shelf. That, oh, okay, that's what I clicked already. A rectangular table. I wonder, did people mix medicine on this thing? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide? Hey, Junpei, there's a dihydrogen monoxide on that shelf. How do you just say water? Wait, but I want that. There's a bottle of water on the shelf. The label says H2O. Okay, can I have it, please? Where? H2O. H must mean hot. No, probably stands for orphans? What does that mean? Hydrate, dihydrate. Thank you. Need that H2O. I love water. So H2O must be made of 2 hot orphans. 7. Is your head okay? Oh, I didn't even know I could click it. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Blue liquid. It looks like there's something inside that bottle. Why don't you try pouring some out into the cup? I can't see a reason why not. What's that? It's bright blue. Girl, that's some Windex. It's just some Windex. Don't worry about it. What? It's bright blue. Do you think it's alien blood? Do you want it to be alien blood? Does that please and sparkle the court? Sigh. God, I'm so sorry. My controller keeps disconnecting. Where the hell did that come from? Then what do you think it is, 7? I don't know. Some sort of special blue soap? Ugh, what a boring guess. Red liquid. It looks like there's something inside that bottle. What's that? It's bright red. Do you think it's blood? And that's why she said it's alien blood. No, blood's thicker than that. Then what is it? Beats me. There's a note on top of the table. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Well, I'm assuming since it's going 1, 2, 3, carbon dioxide is 4, ammonia is 5, and ethanol 6. What do you think this hint is for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Oh my god, dude, it's the FNAF 4 box. This thing won't open. Is it locked? You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez. They've even got a keypad typed on here. Or on here. How much more obvious can you get? I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter, C is for clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Carbon dioxide. Where do we see that? N is nitrogen, H is hydrogen. So in other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen atom and 3 hydrogen atoms. So it's 4. Oh, no. No, I didn't want to give it a shot. Maybe. So this one's 4. CO2. So carbon dioxide is made of 1 carbon and 2 oxygen atoms. 3. And then what was the last one? Ethanol? Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? Talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right? It's ethanol. That's right. It's all known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made out of. So, you're gonna drink it? No, I won't. It might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. It's basically ethanol is made of 2 carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen atoms, and 1 oxygen atom. I already forgot all the numbers. Okay, so 3. Why can't I have this in my inventory? Okay, so 3. What was ammonia? Was that here? So 3, 4. I think it was 9 or something like that. Okay, yeah. Oops, no! What was it? Oh, fuck. I think it... I'll just try both. Okay, was it 3? Oops. Okay, there we go. I forgot which one was which. I just knew that one of them was 3, one of them was 4, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just do one and then the other. There's something inside the box. It's an arm. It's the fake arm of the body. It's kind of creepy. It's heart. A heart. This thing sure is creepy. This ain't good for the heart.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit.
Hey, Seven, what's up?
7?
Oh, well.
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, then back down at the brown bottle he had held cupped in his large hands. Listen, man,
is that a medicine bottle?
You told me you weren't gonna drink. We really do need to get you a new controller. I know.
I got curious about it. Here.
What do you mean you got curious about it? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Did you ever look into getting a throne? A throne?
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still,
throne.
It looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the
Wait,
bottle.
You remember something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and
Well,
spoke.
I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago.
It's a website, public wish list. Throne is like a wish list. Yeah, that. Oh, yeah. I remember you mentioned it, or something like it. Common among streamers. Let me see. Move microphone. I can't type. Hold there, Seven. I know you're thinking about shit or something. Oh, okay. I've actually not heard about this before. But I'll look into, I'll look into it after stream. Is my stream buffering, or is that just on my end? Okay, it's just on my end. I came back and I was like, oh, hello. But yeah, I'll have to check that out after stream because that's actually helpful. Okay, 50 years ago, what happened? Am I tapped into the game? I don't think I am.
There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals.
Okay.
They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up,
It's an alternative to direct donations, whichever is most suitable for you. I think it's good because I feel like some people might want to like know that their whatever money they're giving is actually going to something, which is totally understandable. I say the only reason I take any donations is just so I can buy more games to play on stream.
something strange started happening with the crystals they were building.
Because there's so many games that I want to play.
Water molecules
on
started
this
attaching
channel.
themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate.
I was just thinking about that, Robin. That's perfect. Then just put the games on the throne. Yahoo! Yeah, the Ice 9. That's what I was thinking.
But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it?
You can definitely tell, like, the same or most of the same people who worked on this game worked on Somnium Files, because it feels like the same thing where you'll be in Somnium Files and they're like, hey, do you know about this weird wacky shit that you may or may not have ever heard of before? And either you know it or you don't. But this, it feels like a lot more like I have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know anything like chemistry related.
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer?
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. Yeah, both series are very good at throwing seemingly meaningless information at you, only for it to be relevant at the end, exactly. However, how one day, glycerin began to crystallize, and the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
He's like, it's on the tip of my brain. Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying to desperately focus on something far away.
Do you?
Do you know something about it? Know about Ice 9? Should I name drop it? Do you know about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice, ice, ice.
Ice, ice, baby. Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Lotus?
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
No, you're not about to tell me about the fucking mummy. Please don't tell me about the mummy.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman.
Now you're not gonna sit here and tell me that June was right. But also, Loki, why does she kind of remind me of Lotus?
Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition.
Well, not rich brown.
They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess.
I think it's like the gold bangles and stuff that's like, oh my god, ancestor moment.
She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw, and that was...
The girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. And a month passed, and another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice.
That's actually dumb as fuck. Because why would they call her All Ice? That makes no sense.
Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Well, not on this boat, the Titanic. Because she's frozen, they thought it sounded catchy, I guess.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
All right, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was... Lord Dashiell Gordain.
No. So both Seven and June are delusional. I mean, you could say that, or they're both right.
You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Can you prove them wrong? I can't. I wasn't there. Thank you, by the way, for the follow. Welcome in.
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
We're playing Zero Escape. The game where you basically escape rooms and solve a mystery.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic.
That's crazy.
And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
Which means...
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, well, I'm glad Seven's not like, you idiot. It's obviously this. Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story.
And anyway, that's what you missed on Glee.
It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy.
It was a
They
hot
say
mummy.
that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic.
This is giving me like the same feeling as when Iris was telling me about Nyes for the first time, and then I met Nyes in the second game.
Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Can I put you back together? I guess I don't have your whole body, do I? John's just lying there. We opened that already. I don't know, I feel like I need to put something in this. Oh, wait, maybe... Oops. Oh. Hey, it turned red. Forget about that. Didn't you hear just now? Leg. The right foot of the medical mannequin. I guess it's a woman's foot, but damn. Doesn't look hot at all. I'm sorry. Have you got a thing for feet, Seven? No, that's crazy. You're sure acting kind of shady. It's blue now. I think I heard another noise. Where does the liquid drain? This is the left foot of the mannequin. Do you think I'm better? Oh, what? Do you think my legs are skinnier? Why are you asking me that question? I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Good job, Junpei. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has gotta be unlocked. Alright, let's see what happens. Fake stomach. This is a really big nose. That's no nose. It's a stomach. Oh, a stomach. Is that all of it? Can I put you back together again? Oh no, wait, maybe I have to click on the actual mannequin. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. Okay, Okay, so I'm not the only one who thought it looked like a nose. No, Clover got your back, don't worry. So we must have gotten, so the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah. Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! We did it! Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight? Weight? Yeah, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Oh, sorry, that's me. Maybe we need to get that scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap our body parts with John's. Oh. Let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen will display 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to see. I assume we have to get them to match. My thought process is I'm just gonna keep switching things until it works. What the fuck is this? I'm like so close. Oh, dude, that's so fucked up. I'm literally 0.1 kg off. That's crazy. I really don't want to use my brain. Ah! Oh, it's so close. I hate it here. Here, what if we swap your all's titties? This is sick and twisted. Cries and screams. I know, I keep getting literally 0.1 away. And I'm like, damn, I can't think. My brain doesn't work. Oop. Hmm. I'm so close. When you try your best, but you don't succeed. Damn it, I've done it again. Oh! I don't even know what I did. I'm literally watching my own stream. I don't know what I did, but I did it. Don't ask me how I did it, I just did it. It was hard. Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. You better check it out. Getting them to match was not the objective from what I remember. And so I found out. I don't know what I did, but I did it. There should have been a hint somewhere in the room as to the target weights. You know, it was probably on John's table. But you know, I got it, so brute force works. Huh? The lid on the scale. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Oh. There's something in the part that's sticking out. Jupiter key. There's a mark engraved on this key. I think it's the Jupiter symbol. Just hypothetically speaking, where was that chart that they're talking about? Was it in the preparation room? I have no idea. You know what? It's none of my business. Wait, was there actually a room over here? Sorry, I just realized there was a door over there. I didn't even look at this door before.
Hey, hold on.
What? Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Cart? Oh, yeah, I didn't even look.
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
God damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Well, he said that like, oh, the weight is like what was on the chart, and I was like, the chart? She was staring at the mannequin. She certainly is.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
Clover, we gotta skedaddle, man. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
Did you want to say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
I hate to tell you this.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Hey.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given
It's
earlier.
in the pocket somewhere. Here it is.
In my space pockets. Maybe you'll like this, I don't know. He reached into her pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope.
What?
You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Hey, take the Kingdom Hearts method. No matter where your brother is, he'll always be with you. In your heart. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corner of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What?
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
A social experiment? For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand, in her little gremlin hands. She stared at it for a long moment, then finally spoke.
Promise you won't tell anyone?
Who would I tell?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you.
Okay, tell me your tragic backstory.
I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. Aren't we all, you know? Let me in. Let me in! Sorry, that was my fault for setting down the controller, so I didn't have to hold it. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
One sec.
Fields that you can't see?
He'd heard something like this before. How many wild things are these bitches gonna tell me? Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right?
Right.
But is he really John?
Huh?
Junpei, huh? He is so huh coded. He don't know what's going on, ever. All Junpei could think was she had finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks?
What?
Or the ship of Theseus?
Junpei grew more confused. Me and you both, buddy. We're both, smooth-brained. He never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
Go ahead and explain it to me.
No?
Really? Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Throw them both away.
Well, I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
Come on, who loves their socks that much?
I mean, if it has a hole in it, I mean, like, I could try to fix it, but...
It doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much.
Well, I guess then I'd patch it.
Once again, fooled by the illusion of choice. God damn it.
But what if another hole opens?
Then I would throw it away.
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches. Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
You can't fool me, it just patches all the way down. Well, I guess, does it still have the essence of the old sock? Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the locked socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It's a good question. It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
I don't know. Do I think it's the same? I mean, I don't know. Like, every single piece has changed. I guess it's not.
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Well, it's got John's head, so it means it's got John's brain, so I would say it's John. Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It's just like locked socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or that any number of internal organs. And here they had both.
John's head and heart are both his. But apart from those, and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
I think in this instance, like if it's a human, I feel like you still have your brain and you still identify as John. You are John. Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once.
Yeah, but my mind is still me, bro. So I'm still me.
Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate.
Okay, so what if they ever made brain transplants possible? That is something people are researching. I think if they can somehow manage to swap, like, the consciousness, then yeah. I mean, I feel like you're you no matter what body you're in. You know what I mean? Like, if you took my consciousness and put it into somebody else, like, somebody might look at me and think I'm that person, but in my head, like, you know, I'm still me. Even though this is not my body.
If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven. I do think it's a very interesting, like, conversation, because it really is the question of, like, what makes you you and not somebody else?
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more than... What? Moons with the raid! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're, having slightly existential, conversations about what makes you you. Let me... Listen. Listen, it's a wild time over here. Okay, so what if someone took all of your memories and implanted them into another person's body, and then the original person got amnesia from the procedure? I mean, like, at that point, I don't know. Because I guess, like, what makes a person is, like, their lived experience, right? Because that's what shapes you into who you are. And without those memories, you would just be like a blank slate. I guess. But yeah. Welcome in. If anybody needs to do any after stream chilling out, go for it. Don't let me hold you here. I'm holding you hostage. Get in. Clover looked at Junpei as if there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
Relax! Jeez.
You're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out of the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. I swear to God, if they jump scare me one of these days, I'm gonna krill myself. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
All right, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know?
You were just saying that we need to hurry up, brother.
Can't
What are
you
you
sound
talking
more
about?
happy, you know, get a little excited?
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. He's like, can you sound a little more excited? And Junpei's like, bro, this is all the energy I can manage to put out right now.
My brother might be dead.
Like, I really lied straight to her face, and I was like, your brother's not dead. And I'm, like, giving the most bombastic side eye. Like, girl, you don't know that. You can say that.
I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
To be fair, Junpei doesn't know yet at this point in time. I know, but, like, you can't... I mean, like, you can't promise he's not dead, because you don't know. I know he was just lying to make her feel better, and I think she knew that as well.
All my fellas. All my fellas.
They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
Here too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in a corner of the hall.
May as well give it a try.
Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Oh, brother.
Huh?
He spun around. He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa. And Lotus, too.
Yippee! They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover
Hey
spoke.
guys! Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of the small hallway that branched off to the right. At least he can claim innocence. You, however, pointing emoji. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she found.
Look on the wall here.
What? There was something on the walls at the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor, then?
Door 7. And... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
I see. Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh!
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
As they moved as one... They moved as one for the door.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall and into his pocket. All 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
I'm ready. Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
Listen, they were all like, I knew this was going to happen, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. They were just where the map said they would be.
We're back.
We're back.
In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
Seven smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory, too. Here, the Earth key.
Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Thanks.
Yeah. On it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room. The Saturn key card we found in the kitchen. And the Earth key Lotus just gave me.
Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy
What
words.
about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except for at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, Seven, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and Seven would discover what lie behind door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the three of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
7 nodded as if his answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. Six, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather
Well,
confused.
it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pocket.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember?
You remember?
And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So, the 2 keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, all right?
All right.
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
They decided that their initial search should be brief.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided the 2 teams split it up. Junpei and June headed for the
There's
elevators.
a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
A light on the upper left corner blinked to
Great.
life.
It looks like it's working now.
All right, now how do I call the elevator?
There was a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down below.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's dry. It's dry in it. I love how you are specifically avoiding any kind of romantic connotations with her. Listen, she does not deserve my love.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's test it.
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C.
Why does she sound disappointed that it's dry? Because that means she has to go into
All right,
it.
I'll push E.
And she's once again wrong. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of a motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his handy-dandy notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped into the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Wait. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late.
Ah, crap. It closed.
The door had shut and he and June were in the elevator, and it was heading down to E deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on E deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
We drown.
We'd probably die.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can. Once we're done looking around, Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right
Iron
one.
bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe.
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an
Well-
opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
It looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck.
Wait, what's this?
I don't know, you're not showing it to me. On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. Another one! Another one,
Is this
thank
the map
you!
for E-Deck?
Oh my gosh, Rat! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're playing Zero Escape. We're zeroing and escaping, as the title suggests. We got another map. Glug 9998. Thank you so much. Let me give you a shout out. Oops, I can't spell. Rat. Yippee! Welcome in, welcome in. If anybody needs to hop out and do after stream stuff, don't let me stop you. Take care of your business. Me, I'm gonna be surviving out here. Trying not to drown in the Titanic. Sorry, the Titanic replica.
I should take it with me.
You should. I love a good map.
Huh, so you guys found door 1.
Okay, I think we went through door 6 last time. Like, when we had to choose. Right now, this is our second playthrough. The first ending we got was, we all die by a yellow submarine. Which is, like, seemingly one of the worst endings. Because everybody, politely passes away. Apparently there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck beyond the door that had, that the Earth key opened. I adore this game so much. It's wacky for sure.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Submarine ending is wild. It definitely was a wild first one to get. Who's your favorite character, Rat? I can't remember if you said before or not.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe.
I mean, that part was.
We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yarg.
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Rich people. Rich people. What do they do with their money? Set up a killing game, you know.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Listen, like I said, you know, when you are rich and have so much money, you just get bored. So you're like, why don't we like throw some people in a boat? I don't know, watch them run around.
Yes, it does make sense.
Coincidentally, I probably love Santa and Lotus the most. That's kind of, you know, at least you didn't say June. Nobody here likes June, right? I would say my favorites so far are definitely Santa and Snake. That thought made them go all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. Ugh, I hate bone noises. Like, it's fine if, like, you move and, like, your bone cracks, but, like, I hate when people, like, purposefully, like, crack their neck and knuckles. It grosses me out.
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
You're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Ooh, I do adore Snake, too. I've wanted to cosplay Snake for a while. You should. Slay. My joints get achy, so I crack them often. I just, like, hate the noise. I don't know why. Especially my fingers. No. Listen, I don't know, like... I think it's, like, when it's, like, all simultaneous. I'm like, leave me alone.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Gray-haired anime boys are my weakness. That's so me, though. That's so me. Like, if you have gray or silver hair, psh, that's it. Favorite character. Listen, and I'm talking Riku from Kingdom Hearts. I'm talking Miles Edgeworth. And obviously in this game, Snake and Santa. Listen, white hair, you're on the cusp. You're on the cusp. I either hate you or I like you. The hatred, I'm looking at you, Nagito Komaeda. It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It was as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. Oh no. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
Okay, I should do post-stream lurk. Have fun with the boat conspiracies. Thank you so much for both the raid and the well wishes. I hope your lurk is lurking. 7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had him shaken hard. Shaken and stirred? His shoulders were trembling and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't even finish. He just looked away and... Blah. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is dead.
Dun, dun, dun!
He died, just as the 9th man did.
It was as if all the air had been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel gold? Yeah, I wish. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my God, that's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3
Wait.
door.
Not that way.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
Oh yeah, I forgot that he was behind the 3rd door. Lol.
The shower room.
Oh, now I gotta
side
do
of the
that
hallway.
one after we get this ending.
I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
Their new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left
This
wall.
wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
Oh, sheesh. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat and to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
LR. They didn't have to wonder where the body
There.
was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But
Please, just do me a favor, okay? All right?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put a hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole and turned and walked toward the end of the divider.
I'm going
the
in.
divider. It didn't sound like I said that. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hand on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he'd forgotten to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like Ace said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh God. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in odd, unnatural ways, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in
Oh, the
pieces.
face. It's horrible.
Yeah, can't even tell who it is.
I don't know, like, that's why, like, why did they have to say, like, you can't even tell who it is? I feel like in video games, especially ones like these, I'm like, unless I see them die, I just, like, don't know if I believe that they're dead. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, and the jacket with the yellow piping and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to
No
Junpei.
mistake about it. It's Snake.
If the explosion was this powerful, I'm surprised his clothes even survived at all for them to tell. Exactly. Like, why is his head all messed up, but, like, his clothes are fine? Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise of a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and
Well,
grunted.
just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
I have my game theories, but I don't know if I'm gonna say them.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
June seems shocked.
How can you say that so casually?
Shut the fuck up.
You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least two of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
That's what I'm saying. Like, who else could have done it?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero.
Of course, June agreeing with her,
He
Pookie.
masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered
If
that.
Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Junpei. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Girl, I don't know. He wasn't sure.
Something's still strange.
What was that?
Also, I just want to point out that you got me into saying Pookie all the time. Listen, it's just so good. It's so good, you know? I can't help it. Oopsies, oopsies.
Well, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
Ace's eyebrows shot up.
Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious?
No, I can't remember.
Wait, it is?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said, "this ship," several times when he addressed us.
And you know the captain always goes down with the ship.
If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like, that ship, or the ship.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small
If
importance.
Zero's on the ship, where is he?
Behind the 9 door. Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise, and a moment later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. You can't use that same thing twice. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was very monotone. Was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face, and one of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? Let's say that's crazy.
That's crazy. Isn't this ship going to sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive.
Clover looked up at Junpei and her face fell.
Don't believe me.
Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he'd said it had been. You made her cry. Oopsies. He'd been too insensitive. Oopsies. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. I don't know why I keep doing that. I want... What is it? Quick, go back. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also been blasted, seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he said. Perhaps he thought, I should apologize. But before that apology could begin...
Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us.
Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was friendly and calm. Couldn't be me,
But
apparently.
You have to understand. The more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing?
Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence... They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7. Clover, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving, I guess. They all knew where they were going.
Our next destination is Mercury.
We're
Maybe
getting
you
in
and
the
June should check it
spaceship.
out first and then report back to us.
Why?
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen, between the 2 elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah,
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the 2 of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Bro really said, oh. Anyways.
Just like we did before.
here it is.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. Yeah, he would. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. Shut up! The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
What is that? It was a dead end, but not a regular dead
This
end.
is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind
Just
vote.
double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
What had they decided to vote that way? Why
We
had
need
they
to make
decided
the
to vote
whole
that way?
thing fair. Blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
Shut up, bitch. They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of
All
paper.
right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But,
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Oh my god, the girls are fighting. Oh my god, the girls are fighting.
Oh, not good.
Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
But you still have to change your choices anyway to make sure your digital roots match up. So I still fail to see how this voting helps anything. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers, save Junpei's, had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door on A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down.
The door I should choose is...
It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
Okay, so I went through 2 last time, which was 7 and Lotus. So do you guys want me to go through 1 or 6? One. Just because June is in 6, they're real. Also, I feel like we haven't really spent any time with Ace. So.
My choice is door 1.
Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For doors 1, 2, and
I put
6.
the one with door 6 on it into the pot.
He put a small mark on it so he would know which one was his.
I just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted.
Even if he was cheating, why would you care, Santa? Because Santa wants to be able to cheat.
If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out. Well, what does it say?
He's so smug, what a fucking asshole. He's like, well, so what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
What do you mean? Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
Plus, you know, I need to make it up to Clover. 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Aw.
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
That works, because I went through door 2 already, so. 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals
Sure
6.
thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June?
Well,
Nah, why you setting her up like that? This scene is so funny because Junpei going through all this literally serves no purpose. At the end of the day, half the people don't get to go through the doors they want. But I guess it does make sense though, because he gets to go through the door that he wants to go through. June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Not it sliding across. That was so funny. Her eyes went... Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Are they about to kiss right now? Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
See you later.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what Seven said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again.
But you already showed in the hospital room that you are all capable of discussing the matter, and Junpei still gets to go through the door he wanted. No reason to be so underhanded. Yeah, I don't know. I think they just... I don't know, they wanted to have Junpei be sneaky for some reason.
Otherwise,
I don't
we won't
even
be
have
able
a
to open
reasoning
door
for it.
9. That's how the notary game works.
And why would Junpei even go through the trouble of cheating to get the door he wants? No one knows what's behind any door. Listen, he's cheating because he's like me and he doesn't want to be with June. He's like, okay, I need to change my number so it's anywhere that bitch isn't. Seven's words took a bit of weight off Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate directions without much trouble. The best reason I've ever heard. Let's go. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck. But unfortunately, we won't see what they do on A deck until next time on 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, 999. Yippee! Ugh. I'm already pushing my throat more than it should be. So let's wrap it up while I still can. Oh, I have so much. Get out of my way. There's so much stuff. Move. There we go. Sorry. Let me switch you guys over to the ending soon screen and give you some lo-fi beats. There we go. Moving to the delete game save option before quitting scared me. Listen, if I ever accidentally just delete all my stuff, you'll probably never see me play again until I can recover from such a loss. Which who knows when that would be. Let's see. Who's live that we can raid? Follow me. Hear me. Should we do... Let me see. Let me scroll down. Gimme. Let's raid... Yeah, let's raid this person. Stick around for the raid. Show some love to some other people. Thanks again to Moons and Rat for the raids. Y'all were so slay for that. If you have not followed, hey... Debbie Ryan face. That'll be really cool. And if you want to keep up with me and when I go live, because sometimes Twitch does not send out notifications at the right time, check out the Discord. I also do polls on there, decide what I want to play because I'm so indecisive. Link below, or you can do Ask My Boy Discord and chat. And until next time, take care of yourselves, and I'll see ya. Oh boy, oh boy.